There we go. I'm on the wrong screen then, because I keep forgetting, because half of my models are on my left and half of them are on the right. Hello, hello, hello. So, technically we did begin case number 4 last stream, but we only did about half of the first investigation because we wanted to cap at 4 hours. So, this stream is going to be entirely case 4. We may not finish it today. If we don't finish it today, we will finish it on Sunday, which will be pretty good. Also, before we begin Ace Attorney, for you people who are watching the VOD back, or for anyone who's watching this live, I'm going to casually mention the Gartist Corner on YouTube. The Gartist Corner is a group of artists, which I'm currently part of, and we're trying to make videos on YouTube at the moment. The next episode is coming out tonight of artist guest characters based on descriptions. We like to play Gartic Phone and do challenges. I'm in the first episode of said guessing characters, but there are some amazing artists that you should go follow and some amazing artists that deserve to be watched on that channel. I don't have a social link for it, but we'll find it eventually. So in the first video, we have myself, Not a Wisp, Small Cinnamon Roll, Cartesian Space, and Photosynthesaurus. And in the second episode, we have TaffyCat36, Saya Kazarin, Nacho Star, and Lovely Times, in which we have some hijinks and it's fun, and the next episode is coming out tonight. Hooray! Social plug. Anyway, just gonna plug my socials in there as well. I don't know if it's got the link for the Gartist Corner on it, but we will check. No, it hasn't. It's just got my VODs channel. We'll live. But anyway, last episode, which was Sunday, because we are now moving from 3 days a week of Ace Attorney to either 1 or 2. Ace Attorney Fridays are our good days, I think. Or Franziska Fridays, as I want to call them right now. Because technically, she's our main prosecutor for these cases until we get to Trials and Tribulations. Probably next week, I think. And we will also stream on Sundays, but Mondays are going to be our chill session. So sometimes I'll be streaming some art, sometimes I'll be streaming some Balatro, and I want to start learning how Inscription works at some point. So I think we will start playing Inscription at some point. Once we finish the trilogy, we will play the Investigations games, and then the Apollo Justice trilogy, and then it's free reign as to what story games we decide to play. Could be... It could be Ghost Trick, could be AI The Somnium Files. I want to play Zero Escape at some point, so this is going to be a fun game, I think. So, let us continue with case number 4. From what I remember from the last case, we had a bunch of people with psyche locks. We had a bunch of people with psyche locks that needed opening. So Adrian had psyche locks, and we had Old Bag with psyche locks, and we had Lotta with psyche locks. And I think... And also, Maya was kidnapped last session by a serial killer known as, well, I'm assuming he's just a murderer, called Shelly de Killer, who is the British butler guy who I'm assuming kidnapped her. So, like to do it. Also, I've only just realised that when I voiced him the last time, when I voiced Shelly de Killer, he sounded a lot like Bane, and I've decided to keep that as a thing of just covering my mouth and going, "You were born for... I was molded by the darkness, born from..." or something like that. You know, that funny moment. But I think... What do we have to talk about him about? What do we have? The gossip on Adrian. And I think we've already seen everything we can see with him at the moment. Court record. Magazine clipping. I think that is what we got from him the last time. I had to rewatch the VOD just to make sure, like, where we were at the end. So, from what I'm assuming at this point, we are going to have to go and open up some psych locks. Today's investigations will basically be me opening up a bunch of people's psych locks and me having to rewatch the VOD going, what was it? What was it? Let's do it. Four. What you witnessed.
Alright, I'll be honest with you.
Then please tell us what you saw.
But what a waste, and here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at youngin's expense. I am a little devil after all.
Does that imply you aren't a good person? I'll give you what you want. She wanted something from Corrida. Oh, it's this one. It's the autograph. Yeah, she wants an autograph.
That's Juan's autograph.
Yes, it is.
It even says to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so the Wendy has to be me, right?
It may say Wendy, but somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it.
Oh, please, give it to me. Let me have it, please.
Well, I can't let you have it just like that.
Yes, I know. How about an exchange?
Wait, oh, all four? Okay. Wow, she must really want this autograph.
My offer isn't good enough. Fine, Mr. Right, you win. Wendy Oldbag, ready to open up a heart of my dearest Juan.
Wow, all four. Wow. Wow. Alright, then that was... autograph given to Wendy. Huh. What you witnessed.
I felt bad for you. I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. I know. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my own way to the toilet, minding my own business.
And did you tell that to the police?
Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it.
Gift certificate?
I've been recruited again for that part of the trial. You know, the trial tomorrow. This time, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty.
But Mr. Angad hasn't done anything bad.
I don't care about details. All I know is he did my dear poor Juana, and I just do. The yellow-bellied chicken.
A yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like.
I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did it.
What did Mr. Angad ever do to her to deserve this? What did Mr. Angad do to you to make you so...
That guy, he framed my Juan. He created the scandal that plagued him.
Mr. Nick?
What is it?
What's a scandal?
Oh, it's I'll tell you all about it when we get home, okay?
Poor Juan led astray by the wiles of the vile temptress.
What do wiles and wild temptress mean?
How about we just listen to what Miss Oldbag has to say, okay, pals? So, Miss Oldbag, who's the woman you're talking about?
Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? The guy, he shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose.
His own manager? But why?
I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. The girl drove him into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud.
Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal. What do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbag?
I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know.
And do you have proof that Mr. Angad did what you said he did?
Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so.
Of course. A tabloid.
Next week? Doesn't that mean something people don't know about yet?
Why would Miss Oldbag have information, and where'd she get that? I don't think she'll tell us anything else, so I guess we go and, who else do we have that we can... Ooh. Oh, we can get a criminal affairs?
Oh. Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Great, even Pearls is calling him Scruffy. Thanks, Franziska.
It says something about an investigation.
Oh no, that's Phoenix. That's not her. It said something about an investigation briefing earlier. Why don't we come back and try again later when they're done?
Okay, I guess that's all we can do, right, Mr. Nick?
Okay, I guess we can't go here yet. Oh, it's very windy outside. Very windy outside today. Viola Hall. I guess we move back. Hallway. Is this where okay, yeah, Lotta's here. Hello, Nanashi. How you doing today?
It's going okay.
We're trying to break open these psych locks that we discovered loads of last stream. So let us... What did she want again? Big scoop. What does she want to do? You on the hunt for your big scoop last night? Oh, okay. How many was it again? 2. Okay, at least it's 2 and not 4. Just a bunch of tabloid photos. They got nothing to do with the murder.
It looks like we have no choice but to remove the cyclops.
Yep, I guess so. Well, I'm assuming that means that's what we have to do. Right. Let's find out what scoop she wants. Let's find out. 2. The big scoop. Scoop! Lotta, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I, from my scoop? What I want to know about are the details of the scoop. Oh, fun. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're both leaking information to us, and it's like, oh. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, there's my bread and butter. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. Right, I'm gonna say you were looking into a scandal. Could it be you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? That's an unfolding scandal between Juan Corrida and this person. Profiles, let's go. It's Adrian Andrews, because of the fact that so many people keep talking about her. This woman... She's Adrian Andrews, Matt and God's manager. The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin' Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're getting good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make things up any old thing and think you'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Gotta have that, what's it, news source? You mean news source. So we're looking for a newspaper. So show me something that shows that Juan had something to do with Miss Andrews. Right. What have we got this newspaper? Nickel Samurai, press conference, crime photo, guitar case, wine glass. We've got the magazine clipping. It's a tabloid, but okay. I'm assuming that's right. This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Ms. A.A. Mr. Corrida didn't have a manager of his own, and what's more, his rival, Mr. On Guard's manager, Adrian Andrews, has the initials A.A. You saw the article and thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Corrida's door that night. Wah. Wah. Wah, Luigi. Big scoop. You were looking into Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got it. I was going to get myself a scoop by catching him as secret maiden. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What'd you say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? Ain't no proof of nothing. People are going to want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. So that's what I was doing, getting photos.
Oh.
I'm going to whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. And spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Well, a lot of nice journalistic integrity you got. I already finished writing my spicy article, you know. But the paper I wrote it on, the note, it's gone.
your note to yourself.
It was inside the case of my $1,600 camera, and they done run off together. I came in for my big story, didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Treasure. Like Fred Jones during a Scooby-Doo. Treasure. Yeah, I understand. Enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell you. What's with people now, anyway? Coffee time. Wee. Never thought I'd see the day when someone done steal something from me. You really want that note back, huh? Got no idea why. The story on that note's probably a bold-faced lie. Well, this camera stolen the night in the murder tabloid article about the victim was in the case. Ooh. Yeah, Lotta keeps coming back, and it's like, I enjoy doing her voice, and I know she comes back again in one of... I don't know whether it's in the next game or Investigations, but I know she does come back at one point. We talked to her? I don't think we can... What have you got? No, we don't have a motive yet. Okay, we don't have a motive. It's worth this to ask. Okay, so I'm assuming we can't do anything with her just yet. There's nothing in here. I don't think we can go to the law officers because I don't think that's going to do anything. Okay, we are supposed to go here. Okay. Detective Gumshoe, they said they had an investigation briefing.
Yeah, he's back.
Hey, so you came, pal? Why the blunt greeting? Well, because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect around this time around. The evidence and the testimony are airtight. But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. So, what do you mean the evidence is airtight? I can't give you all the details, but there's 2 big pieces.
2?
And both of them are in this photo. The knife that was missing from on guard's room. And there's a glass that's not been disturbed. First, there's a button missing from the victim's chest. The button you found during your body search of Mr. On Guard. Found it in the folds of Nickel Samurai's special pants. Oh. And the second one? The knife in his chest, the fingerprints on his chest to be exact.
Fingerprints? Whose are they?
You didn't even have to ask, little missy. It's obvious they're met on guards. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about stuck being... Words aren't wording today. So what about this airtight testimony? The old security lady, Miss Oldbag. Thought so. What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something? Well, I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab. A blab knob is stuck on 10 and there's no turning it down. Trust me. Well, Mr. Miss Oldbag saw it all, pal. Saw Mr. On Guard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death.
No way!
I'm assuming we're gonna have to present something to him. I'm gonna start presenting stuff. I'm caught leaking info to you here in the precinct. My neck's gonna be on a ringer, pal.
Your neck?
I mean, my neck is a joke. But yeah, ask me about things that only have to do with the case, pal. Only to do with the case. This one? Stuff in that glass is tomato juice, pal. Tomato? But the victim really loved the stuff. Favourite drink. Is his favourite drink? What can you tell me about the guitar case? That's just what I heard, but the Gem Ninja's signature item.
That guitar's in this hotel room.
We look for it too. It's not normal for a person to forget to bring the most famous item to an awards show. Starting to sound the red guitar is related to the case after all. So, the camera's missing, a guitar is missing. So there's a couple things that are missing. What's this one? We're pretty interested in this piece of gossip ourselves. The scandal with Mr. Corrida, but why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman, committed suicide.
Suicide?
Her name was Celeste Impax. I think the only pun with that character's name is Celestial Impact. Like, there's no, like, actual good pun. It's just kind of like, yeah, they went with a pun. Because Dick Gumshoe is, like, they're both slang for detective. Adrian Andrews is supposed to be, apparently it's supposed to be androgynous. Because her name is Adrian. I'm trying to remember what the other ones are. I mean, on guard is term in fencing. And also to do with sword fighting. Corrida means to run. I'm getting better at pun names. And she was Juan Corrida's manager. The victim's manager? But that's not all, pal. Miss Impex was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one.
Her mentor?
The woman who was both Mr. Corrida's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. You're getting punny. We love all the pun names in Ace Attorney. I love all the pun names. It's me just trying to remember what each one of them is. Do you want to know more about her, pal? Sure, I guess. I'm assuming we can talk. Yeah. She was the victim's manager and was also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. In 2 years she was a suicide and the two are linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a... Oh, you hear the page and Franziska's here. I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Hi, Von Karma. How you doing? At least Von Karma's, like, really... At least she just talks to us at this point. Like, she doesn't go around tasing people like her dad. I mean, at least she talks to us. And she alerts people of her presence just with the pager before she whips them. You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean... I do. Scruffy, you have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye.
That's...
Wait, please wait, sir. Don't... Quiet. If it weren't for traitors like you... Oh! Yes. 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 Oh my god, he's back! He's back! I know he's back in this case. Oh my god, he's back. My favourite guy. I'm assuming this is him. I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Ooh. That voice. Edgeworth. Yes! He returns. My man, it's been a long time, right?
This person is Mr. Edgeworth?
What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong. You haven't changed a bit, Franziska. How dare you show your face? I love Edgeworth. Edgeworth's cool. I like him. I want to cosplay him one day. That'd be such a cool one. I like him. How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? I like a lot of the prosecutors, to be fair. You've soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. I think Manfred already did that when he, you know, shot that guy. You even ran away with it with tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed? To be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Franziska. How are things going? I hear you are having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I won't hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix, right. I will see you tomorrow in court. This will be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory. I also like Franziska. Franziska's cool. Still the same wild mare she always was. I also like the fact he wears red, to be fair. As you can tell by the fun colour scheme, I thought you, the prosecutor and Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died.
Mr. Nick?
I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Oh yeah, heck yeah. With that whip. You going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That world mare hasn't given in it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Well then, like, help Maya, she's been kidnapped. Can we not tell this guy? Can we not tell Edgeworth about that? Pearl's face. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. I love the fact that, like, it's very much a one-sided hatred. Edgeworth is just kind of like, well, yeah, I'm doing my job and I'm a decent person. Why do you hate me so much? But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What's that supposed to mean? Summon Mia, summon Mia, summon Mia. I think I have something definitive that you lack. Working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. I'm giving up my prosecutor's badge again. The truth? In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of the case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. Just what is going on inside that man's head? A lot of things may have happened, however Manfred von Karma was still my mentor, and a perfect win record is proof of a von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. And better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. Oh, okay. I see. Then let me ask you something. Why does he look so smug in these sprites? Oh my god. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What's your reason? Well, for with Franziska, she almost always says, I will defeat you this time, the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your client, you say? Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals, those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth. It looks like there is still a lot you've yet to learn. A lot I've yet to learn? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Do I have to, like... Oh, because he wants to give us info. I've no interest in talking about useless evidence. He's as stuck up as ever. Does he want to talk about people, then? There's an interesting rumour about this man. You mean the one about Miss Andrews getting close to him? But that's pretty common tabloid fare, isn't it? I don't take things at face value when there's more to be found. While I was abroad, these deplorable types of actor became popular, I take it. Well, refreshing like a spring breeze is his motto. Refreshing? What's so refreshing about a spring breeze? Sounds like the pollen is not treating him well this year. From what I remember... Yeah. From what I remember... In the anime, they had an anime-only case, and in the anime, they specify it is Japan, and then he wanders off to go to America or something. If not, you could always say it was like Germany or something, because like Franziska studied in Germany. He's like, well, I'm gonna go leave. Adrian? Adrian Andrews. Gosh, why am I yawning? It's like 3 PM. She holds a large secret within herself. A secret? You can't help but feel this whole case revolves around her. Hey, Franziska. We're looking into leads, but we can only look into a few key players. There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating her. Why don't you just tell me straight and say, I don't have any info? Celeste. This woman is another key to solving this case. Also, how old is Miles at this point? Because they're the same age. 25. Okay, so Phoenix is 25 at this point. Because Phoenix, Miles, and Larry are the same age. This woman is another key to solving the case. You really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago. But she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then, a few months later, Celeste Impax died. Why am I yawning so much? But her death was ruled suicide, right? There's still one riddle we've yet to solve. A suicide note. It went missing and no one could find it. A suicide note that vanished, huh? So a guitar, a camera, and a suicide note have all vanished. Ooh. Okay, well, we've got a lot of stuff we can talk about to him. Miss Imbax's death was most certainly a suicide, of that there was no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect someone had hidden it. The suicide note? But how do you know Miss Imbax never written one? Oh my god, why am I tired? It's 3 PM! Why am I tired? Ow. I dropped the controller on my hand. There was no solid evidence. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger. Is she gonna be left-handed? Is this gonna be like case 1 all over again where it's like, oh, he was actually left-handed? But who would hide such a thing? The police thinks it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Oh! Yes, I am a UK. Yeah, I'm in the UK. It is 3 PM. Here in the UK. I don't know why I'm tired. So 10 AM. Ooh, funky. He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida hid his own manager's suicide note? Heck yeah! Oh my gosh. That's some good, like, time. Because I'm really bad at remembering time zones. I know that EST is 8 hours behind us, and that's all I remember. EST is 8 hours behind GMT, which means it would make it about... Yep, wording. Like, 8? Is it 8 here? 8? No. I don't actually know what time it is. I'm really bad at, like, remembering. I'm so bad at remembering times. 8, I think. Yeah. Ish. 7, maybe? I don't know. As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond it is meaningless. For now, I think you should look it over. This is the suicide report. Well, part 1, anyway. Part 1? Deceased Celeste Impacts found by Juan Corrida was her suicide note hidden. Do I have to, like, present that to him to ask about evidence? I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all, the reports that have multiple parts. That one has 2. 2 parts. What you just handed me is the first part. Here's the second. The attempter's name is Adrian Andrews.
Miss Andrews? What'd she do?
Oh god. She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try and do that, though. You think she's a strong career woman. That's what she just wants you to think. Adrian Andrews had a certain secret she's always been trying to hide. Is it because, like, Celeste did it and so now she feels really sad, I guess? Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like. Oh, she depended on Celeste and when she was gone, it's like, what do I do anymore? Is there anything else I can talk to him about? Oh, there's more. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impacts. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? I can't wait to have to do Marzel's voice throughout the entirety of the investigations games. Time for 1,000,000 bottles of water when I do that one. She'd apparently lost her will to live. Wait, why would she? Her pillar of strength, her mentor, was gone forever. That's why. Okay, stop showing this image, please.
Is that what they call following someone to the grave?
Oh, okay, Pearl, you are just okay. After her attempted suicide, Adrian started attending counselling sessions. She's someone who needs a person in whom they can trust absolutely. Oh, thanks. I love the fact I'm on my Switch. Once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Yeah, Edgeworth is going to be fun. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. But Kay's going to have to be a lot higher to balance it out, so... I haven't come up with a voice for Kay yet, so that's going to be fun. Who's his, like, I guess, assistant in that case. And that's the nature of her dependency. When Celeste suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian herself. That means her super confident attitude. It's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. I have like loads of bottles of water nearby. We'll live. Attempted suicide report. Okay. Thank you so much for the raid! How are you guys doing? What have you been playing? I need to shout you out. Thank you! What have you guys been playing? You've been doing some Octopath Traveler? Heck yeah! I'm currently playing Ace Attorney. Razor Impact. Otters incoming. I'm currently playing Ace Attorney. Thank you so much for the follow. Is it Mlop or how do you want me to pronounce that? I'm really bad at names. We're currently playing Ace Attorney and we are on case 4 of Justice for All, aka the final case of the game. We're only on day number 1, so we have got a long way to go. And we will probably be streaming for quite a bit. I always want to get into Ace Attorney. It's really good. I really like Ace Attorney. Technically, I have played the first trilogy before. This is not my first time playing this trilogy. But because I've never played the Investigations games and I've never played the Apollo Justice trilogy, I wanted to replay the trilogy on stream to kind of get the whole thing down. I really like the Ace Attorney games. I've always been into like puzzle games and stuff, so heck yeah. I don't think we can move. Heck yeah. Hotel lobby, law officers detention center. Okay, we are supposed to go here. Spirit of Justice. Spirit of Justice is the... is that the next one? No, I didn't play Spirit of Justice. No, Spirit of Justice is number 6 in the games. I've not played 4, 5, or 6. Well, I've played the first case of number 4 with a couple of people. I played case number 1 of game 4. But I've not played games 4, 5, or 6 fully. So I've not played Spirit of Justice. So I've played Ace Attorney, Justice for All, and then Trials and Tribulations. And I've seen people playing the fan translation of the second game. Objection! Go for it. I need to actually like change stuff around. There we go. I'm adding stuff to my voice list. Oh no, this is the French guy. The lawyer dude. So what did you find out? I'm still in the middle of investigating, so I see. But I've already told you everything I know, dude. This is the fun one. What happened? Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do. So I was in my nickel samurai costume. Thank you for the luck. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yes. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show, right? Well, I told you, dude. I have no idea about any press conference. Stretch them wrinkles, yeah. That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Because he has no idea what's going on. Does it mean that somebody else was going to put on the costume and go, guess what, guys? I murdered a guy or something. And then that was like the confession or something? I have no idea. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Corrida was already dead at the time? That's what I gathered, anyway, from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me and, out of the blue, the dude arrested me. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. What sort of... That's not got anything to do... Words aren't wording today. That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. With that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age. How old are they again? Nope, that's Edgeworth. 21! So this guy is younger than we are. Okay. And he wanted to try and make a jamming ninja movie, even though we know it'll fail. The Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Of course. I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Yeah, originally I wanted to give him French because I was like, I would have given him the surfer guy, and I don't know why I gave him French. I think it's just because of his accent, and I was like, damn. I was originally going to give him a surfer boy boot, and I was like, no, if I want to give Juan Spanish if he ever shows up, I was like, nah, I want to give this guy French. I don't know why I gave him French. I could change his accent later on. I could probably do that, to be fair. He's now canonically French. This guy, yes. Dude, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? I can't do French accents. It's me trying to figure out what the hell's going on. What is can I present Adrian to you? That's my manager. Did you meet her? Yeah. What do you think? Strong woman, right? Oh, no, that's him. And she takes good care of me. He's canonically French now. We change him in the middle of the case just to something immediately the most American you'll ever think of. You're such a mama's boy. Oh yeah, we didn't actually talk about Celeste. As a French guy, you're being judged hardcore. I'm so sorry. I am really bad at accents, and it's me going, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
What's wrong?
I took German in secondary. I didn't take French. I did German. How much do you know? What do you mean, how much? Mr. Lawyer, I may be your client, but I hope you will keep yourself out of my personal life. Beep beep. No, I would never. If you'll excuse me, I have a lunch appointment that I have to keep. You're in detention. Where are you going to eat? And who with? The security guard? Damn it.
Mr. Nick, is Celeste in Pax?
Somehow I get the feeling she's a very important person. Oh, okay. I guess we can go to criminal affairs, I guess. I love... I don't think I can talk to Miles anymore. Save me when I can't admit that. Detention's at a hotel lobby. Okay, we can go to the hotel from here. I don't think we're going to get anything out of Old Bag. No one needs to know. Viola Hall. I think I'm assuming that we need to break Adrian's Cyclox now. So let's go. Will! We love Will here. Hey. He looks like a Pokemon Gajinka or something. I don't know. Move. I don't think we're gonna get it. Is this where Adrian is? I think this is where Adrian is. Oh, I love Zero Escape. I love Zero Escape. It's such a funny game. I think I played Zero Escape just before lockdown, and it was so funny. I'm so tempted to, like, replay the games, but with funny rules. Like, every time 9 appears, you have to do something. Spin a wheel and do something. It just makes the puzzles harder. You now have to voice the characters. Good luck.
Miss Andrews is here. It looks like she's talking with someone.
That's Franziska von Karma. Shit. Shit, it's Franziska. What are you doing here? Oh, hi! I'm his lawyer, so, what are you doing here? You've got some nerve following me around. Following you.
That's you. You're the one doing the following.
Pearl?
You're already following after that detective with the little beard. Oh.
Oh no, Franziska! Oh no! Link to the clip. First clip I ever got was her me following after Scruffy. Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. Beep beep.
What's that?
An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. That's... No! I mean, that just doesn't... No! Von Karma, that's just as bad. And with this, I know that fool's every move. So the noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian! Yes? Things hard about what we discussed. Understood? Don't whip her! Alright. What were those two talking about? Franziska, don't whip us! Please stop!
She seems a little dazed.
I think we can do the Cyclops now. I'm gonna save quickly because I don't want to, like, absolutely not be able to do these Cyclops. There we go. There we go. Wah, Luigi. Alright. Have fun, Otter. Thank you. Yeah, have a good... Thank you. I usually stream either about this time or in a couple of hours, usually. I either stream at 2 PM GMT or 7 PM GMT, depending on the game. Usually the Ace Attorney streams are about this time. Thank you. Have a good day, night, wherever you are. Right, it is time to unlock those Cyclops. Let us do this. And it's 4. Motive for murder. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? You ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realise you're putting Mr. Engarde's life in danger by your actions? Why do I have to ask questions for which I have no answer? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida. You wasn't that close? That's right, I've never been good at being intimate with another person. Not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow, I highly doubt that. I'm assuming Celeste is who we're supposed to... I'm very bad at connecting with people. They're so depressing for the most part. But I especially dislike feeble-minded individuals. Yes. What? Oh, we're not supposed to... Alright. I guess she's saying I'm both depressing and stupid. I'm certain you were very close with the victim. I'm assuming this... Okay, I guess not. I guess we'll present her later then. Oh, it's the scandal. I'm really stupid. I should probably... Yeah. I'm so quick to go like... Yeah, her. You and Mr. Corrida had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you ever had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite few people have already bought into the story. As we expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. Thank you for the follow. We're almost there. We can do it. Woo. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get someone close to someone? Me, get close to Mr. Creeder. Thank you for the follow. As if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Mr. Creeder for this person's sake? I'm assuming this is now Celeste. Celeste Impacts, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Oh, Miss Impacts, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Corrida's manager, so I believe you got close to Miss Corrida so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a future third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death. It'd be pointless to me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Is there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Oh, is it, the attempted suicide, right? It's Welsh, but I gave her a Welsh accent. It's all the best I can do for her. I think it's an attempted suicide. Scotland is slightly different. Then, well, Welsh is kind of a lighter one, I think. I think I gave another character a Scottish accent. The last character I gave a Scottish accent to was Diva from Case 1. Case 1? No, Game 1. If you want advice on doing yourself in, asking someone like the police. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body. Miss Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing, which is why you became intimate with him. I've sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true Celeste was my mentor. Allow me to say this again, it had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give. However, I don't think that's who you really are. I have evidence that says otherwise. I'm assuming this is the, I think this is the one. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through it with it too, didn't you? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that's just a lie. A facade. You've always searched out people on who you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. When Celeste passed away so suddenly, I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about her, about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police had suspected Mr. Corrida of hiding Miss Impacts' note. You heard about it and thought to recover from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on? It was why was the victim killed? Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Miss Corrida dead. Me? Miss Impacts was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Okay, are we back to normal? Oh, it is very windy outside. It is very windy outside. It's true. I'm a woman who only lives in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against it. I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth.
Miss Andrews.
There's one thing. The one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret, mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being.
Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard someone had hidden her suicide note. And that someone was Juan Corrida. Celeste, without her, I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Corrida to recover her suicide note. Looks like the tabloid reported the truth after all. Well, like they say, whenever there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely add fuel, they keep the celebrity world burning. As for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It doesn't suit me at all. That's enough. I still have work to do. I have one small favour to ask. What is that card key that she's got in her hand? Like, is that the hotel card key or like my attempted suicide? Like for you to keep it a secret.
Miss Andrews.
If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking about it first. Thank you for your discretion.
Mr. Nick, can I ask you? Miss Andrews is playing with that little card in her hand.
Okay, so I'm not the only one who immediately went, what is that card? That card? Well, I guess she has, yeah. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Oh, this, I don't quite know. It suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is it? It looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? Ooh. I honestly don't remember owning it. I wonder where I picked it up from. Not remembering something clearly? Sounds like it'd be a rare occurrence. I must be off. I leave Mr. Angard in your capable hands. I'm gonna save here. I guess we move. I think we've gathered about all we can.
What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Oh, well, she looks so worn out by all of it. We're only on day 1. Oh my god. She hasn't slept at all, and she's been walking all over the place with me today. Alright. Yeah, go get away. Go get some sleep. Or some food, or have a good look.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick?
Let's go back to the office. You're really tired, right?
No, I'm okay, really.
You don't look fine to me. Okay, I guess we have to go back to the office. I can remember how to get to the office. There we go. March 21st, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Hey Swan, how you doing?
What now?
Well, we did find out one thing. Miss Andrews has a motive.
You mean her suicide note?
That's right. Yellow, how you doing, Swan? She was also the first one to discover the victim's body. Oh, it's Bane! Yay, we get to do Bane's voice again. Hello, Wright & Co. Law Officers.
Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone.
Maya, where is she?
As I promised, I've not gone within a few feet of her this whole time.
Phew.
Which is why I suppose she's absolutely famished. So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? I was in the darkness, molded by it.
I don't remember what the Bane speech is. Let me casually bring that one up. Wait, I want to do the it's this one. It's the stupid Bane speech of the
Within darkness is your ally. You merely adopted the dark. I was born into it, molded by it.
It's that one. It's stupid, but it's funny. Wait, Maya, let me hear her.
Very well.
No,
Maya, is that you?
Sis.
Oh, ask my sister. Maya, damn it, he cut me off.
Missy Maya said ask my sis, didn't she?
Sis? What do you mean by that? Pearl. Hey, Pearl, you wanna, Hey, Pearl, you wanna, channel Mia for me, please? Come on, Phoenix, you're a hopeless one. Sorry. Speaking of, hello, Mia. Mia! I have a message from Maya, so come, ask me anything you want about her. How's Maya? She's safe for now. The kidnappers want to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how'd you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. Okay, so she's using spirit channeling to tell you where she is. The kidnapper, what's he like? I don't know. Apparently Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel room and was drugged there. She didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? Date question marks. Ooh. She's in the wine cellar.
I'm starving. Could really go for some apple pie. You sound like the sweet's the only way to go, right? I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. Hooray! I wonder if you're with Nick. There's all sorts of things piled up. It's too dark to see.
The note.
Someone dropped a card here. It looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. Huh. It's a picture of a seashell. What a strange card.
Oh, it's the same one Adrian got.
What's this? Feels like there's a lot of glass bottles here. These feel like barrels.
He's charging the wine cellar.
I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty.
At least you've got alcohol.
Drat, it's locked. This door's lock seems easy to open. On TV, the hero was used like a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard, and quickly managed to open the door. Oh, there's a card here I can use. The shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. I have a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting or worried.
I think it's just going to open up to a different place, right? Okay. To be continued. Yes, I would like to save. We're on part 2-1. I'm going to quickly just drink some stuff because, oh my god, my voice. Yum. Coffee. Yeah, that's what I'm drinking coffee for. I was yawning so much during the first half of this. First half, I've only been here an hour, which is good. How long is this one? I don't actually know how long it is. I don't know how many days it is. I think it might be 3, maybe 4, if at a stretch. I think it's 3. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. No, wait, the woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there'll be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there's someone out there who's trying hard not to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin it. I think you've already ruined your name with this. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia, you must get a complete acquittal today. But I can't focus on Maya's situation. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Surely, by the time that she's channeled someone, she would have grabbed, like, one of Mia's jackets. Like, surely Mia would have had, like, a jacket or two in the law office. that she could have put on at this point. Also, for the people who know something, the Ace Attorney fans are winning with Chapel Roan's new album. Because she's dressed like Phoenix Wright and she's doing all the Mia poses, and I'm like, oh my god. She's just an Ace Attorney character. I've seen so much fan art of her.
Well, let's get going. It's him.
This is right.
Good morning, this is it, Mr. Attorney, the day of the trial.
Maya, she's unharmed, right?
Well, I checked on her this morning as she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easy. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial.
Oh.
For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. You were born in the darkness. I was molded by it, which is why I sent you a little present this morning.
A present? What in the world would you want to give me?
I'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please.
What is it, a bomb? Knowing him, it'll be a bomb. If it's like a serial killer who like has been drugging people and like literally murdering people and stuff like that, I won't be surprised if it's a pipe bomb. Sega! Anyway. The kidnapper sent me a Mr. Lawyer Dude, who is that? No one. It's got nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Did your nose just get longer? The idea of like occasionally I want to do a French accent and the other half is me going, did your nose just get longer? It's me going, no, the French accent is better for him. I can't do a surfer boy accent. Who's opposing us? I'm assuming it's Franziska still.
Are the prosecution and defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is it a pipe bomb?
What happened to Miss Von Karma?
I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me?
Your Honor, please required bailiff. Court is in session. You must tell me something. Please keep it brief.
Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, she was shot. Oh, that's the gift. Jeez, that's the gift. Oh, okay, it's not a pipe bomb. It's Von Karma being shot. Shot? Oh, shit.
Somehow I think this is the present.
His present.
Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage.
This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright?
I don't have that answer.
She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. I thought he'd show up. Oh, Edgeworth! He's back. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder. Her what? Where was she shot again? Where was she shot? Oh my god. She got shot in the same place as her dad. That is so funny. Oh my god. Another drink of water. There we go. Oh my god, she got shot in the same place her dad did. It's the whole joke of criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, didn't you say? Ooh, my shoulder. As luckily, I have looked over this case and familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matangard.
The court acknowledges the prosecution.
Hello, Mr. Wright. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey. I wanted to see you again. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. At least He really likes Detective Gumshoe. These two are very good partners. I love them both. Witness, your name and occupation, please. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct for now.
But now,
After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Aw, he enjoys being Edgeworth's assistant because Edgeworth doesn't bully him. Sure, he calls him, like, maybe a bit scruffy, but other than that. If we want to explore the various facets of the case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. And I mean, Edgeworth going, you can't do this alone, and then showing up with Mia, it's like, yes, this is not what I meant, but okay, you do you then. The answer he was struggling for. Show me his answer, you found Edgeworth. I do remember this case in the anime as well. The murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrido, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believed he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought it was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. We later found out the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder.
after the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone.
Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms, sir.
I see, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination.
Bare facts of the case. Woo! We know that happened. We know that happened. Is this... I'm going to see what evidence we do have. Okay. I think I'm just going to stop pressing. Because I know we know the first two are right. So we just press on anything that could possibly have a contradiction. The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Corrido was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Real pros' attention would be drawn here to the bandana.
Banana.
Not that case again. A flashback to case number 1 with all the bananas. His bandana, sir, that's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck.
I see his bandana-scented bandana.
Sure. What about the knife? Seems to be stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death.
We have a crafty murder on our hands here.
Autopsy report. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Okay, so we now have the autopsy report.
Time to stop pressing.
Why do you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The German ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. So that's 3 things that have been stolen from this case. Lotta's well, 4 things technically. Lotta's notes, Lotta's camera, Juan's guitar, and Celeste's note. 4 things have been stolen. So we're going to need to find 4 separate things. It wasn't just like the bust was missing in the last case. It's 4 things. If we find out that, like, I don't know, it's in his jacket or something, I don't know. Oh yes, let's hide a guitar in your jacket. Or was that a pigeon with a small hat? We couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime.
About this theory, a fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime.
Well, we thought of that too, butter. The only prints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims? It's the one joke about, like, Maya and the country of Turkey.
You bought tickets to Turkey at that exact time, and then put bleach on the knife, except for the part where your fingerprints were on it.
Except Maya's kidnapped in this case, and she's not been accused of murder. For the 6th time. Anyway. There's some water, but only on the top of the lid. Bears Corrido's fingerprints. Okay. We later found out it had nothing to do with the murder. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Or was it? Well, maybe it was hiding something else in. Maybe he deliberately took the guitar out and then hid something inside of it. That's what I think, but okay. The Broadway guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrido, apparently only taken the case with him, sir. Am I right in the case that he deliberately left the guitar back at the TV studio, filled the guitar case with something else? I don't know, knives maybe? I don't know. I don't know what this case is.
You really forgot to put the guitar.
Well, he would know if the guitar wasn't inside the case because it wouldn't be as heavy. As someone who has played the guitar, those things are heavy. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have it. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. That's right, he had really nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Mr. On Guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it goes. Looks like Edward's back in full swing.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, please testify about the matter.
Yes, sir. Why arrest On Guard? Man God and Juan Corrido were huge rivals, where each thought the other guy was in his way. There's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the German ninja's button. Ripped off and off the ninja costume was found in Mr. On Guard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder.
So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing.
It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. There's the victim's blood and On Guard's fingerprints in the gate water is engraved. Look, the first time I saw the knife, I was like, so didn't the killer wear gloves? I mean, the group of Adrian and Matt were both eating food with that cutlery, and the knife was missing from the plate. So what I'm assuming is the killer has gloves, deliberately took the knife, the one that was on his plate, and then, I don't know. And there's this button.
It was found in the defendant's clothes. Is this button also covered in blood?
And we know the blood on it is the victim's, sir. What? It was ripped from his costume, covered in his blood, found in his hakama.
All this points very clearly to the defendant.
It most certainly does, Your Honour. Ready to give in yet, Mr. Wright? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. At least we're not getting whipped. At least we're not getting whipped by Franziska. Why arrest On Guard? Man God and Juan Corrido, they each thought the other guy was in his way. I'm gonna quickly save. Is there anything that would contain a contradiction? As the evidence, it was ripped off. And his fingerprints. Bought the knife for the crime. I'm gonna press on this one. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found, so we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corrido. There's search more. That's when we found the button.
It was almost immediately after the murder.
The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people. How are the fingerprints arranged on the knife? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Well, we didn't actually think of that. I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony? The defendant's fingerprints were all over. There's no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder.
Is the defendant the owner of the knife?
Bought the knife is a weird one. There's no way this is a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife. Sorry, pal, this isn't a pocket knife. Doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, this is not good. The prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder. We're done for. Phoenix. There's something very interesting about what the detective just said. Think carefully. A button covered in victims and a knife. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. Still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix? So I'm assuming we're supposed to present evidence. I'm gonna save. Bought the knife at the I don't think he bought it. Because if we found it on his plate, because I remember seeing it on his plate when we searched the room, then it would have been, look, in the grip, Gatewater is engraved. Gatewater is the name of the hotel. I think it's this one. Go on. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument was this was a premeditated murder. Is simply my client bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal. Defendant did not buy this knife. Take a good look at the handle and you'll see what I'm talking about.
There's a Gatewater seal next to the handle.
Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. Ooh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. Which means this murder was not premeditated.
That's not very true. It is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sorry, but the defendant is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit the knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough to not realise this. Oh, I didn't. Oh. Oh, Gumshoe! The question is, where did this knife come from?
It's obvious it came from the victim.
No, it didn't come from his room. It came from on guard's room. That is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. I would like to draw the court's attention to what's on top of the table.
There's a knife and fork. And where in the world did the knife come from?
If it pleases the court, I would like to us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Martin Guard. Especially what was on top of his table. He only just has a fork. There's something missing, perhaps a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Martin Guard's knife was missing. So of course his fingerprints would be on it if he was eating food with it. Which, like, that's... okay. Mr. Guard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he'd used during dinner, which means his fingerprints would already be on it. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction, Mr. Edgeworth.
It seems Edgeworth has his plans from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. Traps, you say? To shreds, you say? To shreds, you say?
A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. It's quite a sizable amount of evidence.
I can safely say that further deliberation is a waste of your honour's time. Was he told by the kidnapper to prove him guilty, and it's just like a forcibly... like a thing? I don't know. What if he was contacted by the kidnapper to go, you need to prove him guilty, you need to prove him guilty, you need to prove him guilty? He's like, ah. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Or is he... No, I think Miles is just on our side, because the fact that he literally said, I'm technically not leading the case, so I'm just going to give you information. But at this point, I don't think he will be able to give us information now, because now he is leading the case because Franziska got shot. Because of course she did. I was half expecting the gift from the killer to be a pipe bomb. The Hatsune Miku pipe bomb.
He means evidence the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does that defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Well, the judge is favouring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong,
that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of defeat.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary?
I'm assuming so, because if not, we will get like a game over. Because if we don't say anything, he'll just be like, well, he's guilty, bye. One piece of evidence catches my attention, something this court has yet to see.
I do not feel this trial needs to continue.
I'm giving you one chance and only one. I'm going to save here in case I accidentally pick the wrong thing, which I might. Because I'm stupid like that. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. Okay. Oh, it's everything. So it's not that. No. This one. It could be the crime scene photo. Because it's going to be like, oh. Or could it be the glass? It could be the glass. Because everything else in the crime photo is messed up. Also because they said something that hasn't been presented to the court before. We've already presented the crime photo. We've already presented the guitar case. Or the guitar case has already been spoken about. What hasn't been spoken about in the court? Okay. The confession I don't think is possible just yet. The camera I don't think is relevant because I don't know whether Lotta's going to testify or not. That's not relevant just yet because we've not talked about Adrian. We've already talked about that. We've not talked about the wine glass yet. We can't talk about these two just yet because of these pertain to Adrian. We've already talked about the crime photo because Gumshoe immediately brought it up. Knife and we've already brought those two up. I'm gonna go with the glass because they said something that's not been brought up to the court before and is probably relevant. I would have presented the crime photo had it not already been presented, I think. Taking my hoodie off. I keep forgetting. Long sleeves, baby. King again? She's kidnapped again? Yeah, it's this one. It's this case. She's been kidnapped, guys. I thought the first one was because of the fact that Edgeworth is in this trial. I don't know why I immediately thought that. Both Gumshoe and Edgeworth are here now. Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle. Okay, that's what I literally just said. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. There were things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser.
I see your point.
However, this glass that's sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that has not fallen over alongside everything else is the wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Okay, so I was right with presenting the glass. Okay. Objection. Yeah. Well, what do you have to say?
It is a little peculiar.
Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. Please don't give me a game over. Please don't give me a game over.
You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it, Your Honour?
Your opinion.
You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to it. Huh? It's safe to say the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. Yeah, but there's no tomato juice in Matt's room. There's only in Juan's room. It would have had to be his. Does Andrew really have set the glass down without thinking? No. I don't think so. If I appear weak here, the trial's over. I can look for my proof later, but for now I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. He just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. Oh yeah, also Mia's back. The defence would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table.
You turn the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I need to take this watch on my wrist. My wrists are hurting. Oof. I don't mind what you call me, really. Butter, butterscotch, pecan, just scotch. Full thing. I do not mind. To be fair. This is what I did with picking a long username with, like, basically any pot that you could pick. I just don't care. Okay, whiskey. Kingsman style. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, whiskey. I mean, that's the other reason why I named myself. I like ice cream and whiskey and those two things. There's no way he is any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. Ha! Go fuck yourself, Phoenix. What the hell, Mr. Edgeworth? Scotland forever! Yeah, so many people kept assuming I was Scottish and it's me going, unfortunately, no, I'm just English. I'm a bit Welsh. Ow. I keep dropping my controller on my hands and it's me going, I don't think this is a good sign. I know you're English. Yeah, it's probably the accent that gives it away, right? Scotland forever. I don't know what character I'm going to give a Scottish accent the next time. I'll give Adrian a Welsh one, but I don't know what I'm going to give Uranus. Aw, damn. Damn, guys. Aw, dang it. Yeah, I know. You're not thinking hard enough today, right? He looks so smug in all of his sprites. Do you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Yeah, it was a joke. No. Of course it's been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints, huh? There was only one set of fingerprints left on the wine glass.
Only one? Whose were they?
They were not the victims, nor the defendants, rather one of Adrian Andrews. Huh? Ooh, bet her fingerprints. That's why I said the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap.
You've been trapped.
You're trapped. I remember that show. It's like the OG Among Us. It was really good. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Creeder. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser.
What you said just makes a lot of sense.
Now do you see, Mr. Wright? You can't change any part of my scenarios. It explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard about the past year of what it means to be a prosecutor, and from here on out I will have to show you the answer I've come to discover. If I got a nickel for every time someone said trap, I would have $1. It's not even the case of it's weird it happened twice, it's the case of, like, yes, it keeps happening. Hey Phoenix, how you doing? Yellow! We are on the 4th case of the second game. Yep. 9. Hurry!
It's not my trust. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict.
No, I cannot allow you to pass judgment. The prosecution has yet another witness we'd like to hear from. Another witness? Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Adrian? Is it going to be Lotta? Is it going to be Old Bag? It's one of the three, because Will didn't see anything. Oh, it's Old Bag. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, name... I'm assuming Lotta's going to come in at one point. Oh, no.
Gotcha.
Oh, no. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had in a second. Yeah, I'd like to see Lotta, because she's in this case. Thank you for the follow, Chris. Yay! We have enough, Oh, heck yeah. The affiliate goal has been met for followers. Heck yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the follow.
Oh, edgy boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
Please kill me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet it was the wicked witch of the witness stand?
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm gonna tell you anything and everything.
That terrible crime is all the court needs to know.
Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, shut talking to my dear Itchy Witchy right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
No, please, by all means interrupt her, please. Please.
For fuck's sake.
Anyway, your testimony, please, and just say your testimony and nothing else. I hate you. I love Edgeworth just hating every single person that comes through and is like, no. Oh, no. I love you're for fuck's sake.
It's true what they say, all youth are hot-headed, not that I mind at all, Edgy.
Please leave me alone. The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is that correct, Miss Oldbag?
Was it correctly job being able to see my dearie Juan? It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you're a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone's crazy over that on God saying he's cute in a fresh way or something, but not me. I wouldn't say something so silly. I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida.
But those two were the same age.
As I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room last night.
Very well, please tell the court of what you witnessed the night of the murder, and nothing else.
After the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know.
Oh my gosh.
Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. As when someone showed up, there was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. He was on guard, mad on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
Was it him or was it the suit again? Was it him or was it a suit again? Because I have to casually bring that one up from the last case you were in.
It has to be him, and he's the murderer.
Almost alright, you may begin your cross-examination.
What you witnessed. I went to pace around a hallway. What were you interested in finding out? Something you were interested in, and what was that?
It's not some little thing I can just go and telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between us. And Edgy, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing you were interested in?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm not into gossip, but it should prove relevant. We can always have it appended to her testimony.
Looks like we shouldn't force it right now.
and the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door.
Well, that was helpful of her not saying anything.
Since I was on the job, I made it.
I'm gonna press you. Would you tell us the number of people who went into?
It's just, old bag. I'm gay, please stop.
Edgeworth, you know.
Please leave me alone.
I have no idea. I wasn't born, so I can count things for those who didn't pay attention. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report.
Well, surely you would know what your, like, birth year is. But no, she's just not in that. No. Member of hotel security. I'm pretty sure her real name is Wendy Oldbag. 21, 21, 23, 24, 25, 18, 31, 8. 8! Pearl is 8! Jesus. I'm just gonna stop pressing all the statements. Because unless they explicitly tell me not to.
I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information be carefully guarded from the masses. The man came out of Juan's room. He was... I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud.
What I wouldn't give to have Franziska's whip right now. Oh, Phoenix. Really? Really?
I guess I could tell you since he was such a bad boy. He was on guard.
Okay, is this gonna be the thing of, like, you saw the nickel samurai and not the thing? Because didn't it say that, like, he has no idea about that conference, which means somebody else had something about the clothes? Is this gonna be, like, case 3 of game 1 all over again, where it's like, I saw his clothes, and it was like, well, that's not the guy. Once again. Really?
Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw him.
When do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this. The person's clothes. Please tell me you can quote about the man's clothes in detail again.
What a troublesome young man.
But it does again.
He was that thing.
What thing?
The gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket.
He was wearing that at the detention center too.
He's in for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons.
Right.
Promised right.
So he was not in the suit, but he was in the he was just in his regular clothes. Okay. Yes. Because didn't they say that that he found the button in his nickel samurai outfit? If he wasn't wearing it when he, you know, may or may not have murdered Juan, then why is the button in his thing and not on his jacket? Objection! Then perhaps he would like to point out what part of the testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honour, I request what the witness said about the jacket to be appended to her testimony.
I don't quite see where you're going, but okay, sure.
I don't like to badmouth anyone, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show.
So I'm assuming I'm meant to present the button here to show off the fact that, you know, if he was wearing the jacket, why is his button found in his costume? Wow, I'm actually far ahead of this case. I didn't realize how far ahead of... Well, I'm not far ahead of this case, but like...
Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
It's button number 2 on the German Ninja's costume.
Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. She's even more of like a Tokusatsu fan than I. I need to get into Kamen Rider again. I need to get into the latest Kamen Rider. As in Gav. All I remember is the funny thing about the latest episode. It's quite funny. Are you sure she's like not just cosplaying instead of being a security person? Is like I don't know. She really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was covered on Mr. On Guard's body during a full body search.
See? This button proves it was the shadow of doubt. It was the rascal in God.
It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants.
And then God is the nickel samurai.
Witness? Now, it may just be me and I do have an active imagination, but didn't you just say the defendant Matangard was wearing his usual racing jacket? Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, not with the blood, though.
So you judge people based on what they wear.
I'm not gonna... I'm just not even gonna... I'm not even gonna just try and... Blood is an appetizer. Yummy.
Hold your tongue still there for 1 second. Was not Mr. Engard the man? But Mr. Engard the nickel samurai?
When you think about it, they're really one and the same.
It's old bag. This is a very important part we're talking about.
You think so?
Well, it might be worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change.
But carefully and try and remember as much as you can before you testify.
Oh my god. I should be the one saying, not you. Who I saw.
In God, now I remember. The nickel samurai, that's right, it was the nickel samurai. Would have been convenient for him to wear the costume.
I'm sorry, you're changing a witness thing now.
He'd go that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. She would have worn the costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside the costume.
What, do you think it could have been someone else inside the costume?
But the possibility does exist. It happened the last time you were on the witness stand.
How do you know that?
Because I said so.
She's just as a delightful witness as she was a year ago.
That's all right, you may cross-examine the witness.
Ha. Well, if he was in the costume... Well, it's not... If he was in the costume, why are there... Well, obviously we know why there's fingerprints, because of the fact he was eating with them. But if we bluff and go, well, why... If the person in the costume... I'm gonna casually just present... I'm not gonna present this, but I'm gonna check something. Look, the costume is wearing gloves. If the person inside the costume, whether it be Matt or whether it be someone else, stabbed Juan in the suit, they wouldn't have left fingerprints because they were wearing gloves. I'm gonna present the knife here because it says it bears fingerprints, and I was like, oh, for goodness sake, wow. I feel like I'm ahead on this little bit anyway. And then it gets to like halfway through the case and I'm like, where am I doing? Please take a look at this.
It's a knife, big deal. If you're trying to scare me, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention at all.
That's a knife that was used in the murder.
Your Honour, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to the case?
It's because you don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at? That's exactly what I'm driving at, actually.
Whose car are we driving?
If Mr. On Guard was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on the knife, even though that was the plate he was in. We're just going to ignore that one. He would have wiped all previous fingerprints on the knife right off. Sure.
The Nickel Samurai wears gloves.
He probably took his gloves off before he began stabbing. Why would he do that, though? Why would he take his gloves off so that his fingerprints were on the knife? Like, why would he do that? Why would he do that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? Unless he's stupid. There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. And let's hear your possibility. Matt and Guard's a dumbass. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At the time, the defendant had no intent to murder. He was probably going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Oh, phone. Oh, wow. Nah, we don't need that. Give me a second. Just gonna get another drink. I'm gonna quickly just grab a drink. Yeah, I'm gonna get another bottle of water. So I'm just gonna BRB quickly. And I might as well have a bathroom break while I'm at it, because it's been 2 hours, I think. I'm gonna go get another bottle of water. I'm gonna just quickly do stuff. There we go. I've got a new bottle of water now. That means that my voice might be slightly better. Also, I just got a packet of crisps, so give me a second. There we go. Alright, we back. Let's go. And I just need to move this over here. There we go. Which is why he took his gloves off.
But the murder still did take place.
It's well known there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
I have heard that before. Mr. Wright, what is it about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? A game theory. Thank you for watching.
Anyway. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing her. Now, up to this point, there are only problems. Why would he take a knife? Yes, why would he take a knife if he had no intention? What are you blabbing about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Ungard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the room without intent. The knife. This knife, it was used by Mr. Ungard at dinner. I did establish that. Which means if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida. However, you just said it yourself. At the time, the defendant had no intention to murder. If that were true, why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like a bee's on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Give me a sec. Heck yeah. Right.
Hold on, so... Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To frame Matt Ungard. It's to frame my client, Mr. Ungard, of course.
To frame...
Aren't you just forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? Well, we just established the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, there shouldn't have been a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness?
Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, Edgy Poo.
Did you or did you not see the nickel samurai?
I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Ungard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV?
Well, I really can't do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting round in front of their doors because I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai.
She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Who were you waiting around for?
That's top secret.
I have a feeling you are waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida, my record scrapper.
The way you think, a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Me? What am I an amateur of?
Oldbag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't seem like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. Adrian? Adrian, maybe? I'm either thinking Adrian or Lotta. She was either waiting for Lotta because she found some of her stuff, maybe, or Adrian because she wants to confront him. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room. I'm assuming it's Adrian, right?
Where's this person?
This is Adrian, Mr. Ungard's manager.
Why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems this is the latest rumour in circulation, Your Honour.
Yes, well, I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing.
This manager with the initials AA?
Adrian Andrews. Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness, what in the world are you?
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a very bad feeling about this.
I got some information. Some very information from a certain secret source.
The secret source? Can I have it on my hamburger?
That's why I was doing my own little investigation in secret.
So 3 different people were doing this. 2, 3, I don't remember. Was there a third one? I don't remember.
Just myself, personal reasons.
Mr. Edgeworth, how you proceed?
I really don't want to do this, however I cannot simply let this point slide.
Very well. Witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready, this is gonna take the wind out of you young'uns.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10, goddamn. I mean, Pearl's 8, but like, technically she's Mia at the moment, so...
Letting God is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. To do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with him. I can't condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, this is top secret. Nobody else but you and me know, okay?
Well, it's not going to be top secret for long, is it?
The defender sent his manager.
Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews?
We've looked into the matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip.
But should this be true, then this proves this defender did bear ill will towards the victim.
So this means I have to smash this rumour once and for all.
Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now.
On God's nothing but your average foul-blooded youth.
As the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Is that a saying? Gonna fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Danger zone. I've got that stuck in my head now. I'm gonna put my hoodie back on because I'm a bit cold now. Quite windy. Quite windy. Where's my... stuck in the back of my chair? Give me a second. Don't know why my hoodie's stuck in the back of my chair for. There we go. Got it. The awkward silence as I put my jacket on. It's like, I wish this game had some music at this point. Give me a second. There we go. I love the fact that every game now gives you an extra track to interrogate someone with. One evil man. He thought he could ruin Juan by causing a huge scandal, so to do this he sent his own manager to get closer. Why is it top secret?
Is he woman?
Secret information no one else knows. If that's true, how do you know this secret information?
Well, that's because I'm a pro. It's a secret, you'll never find out.
How in the world did this old bag? I don't know which one it is, so... either I'm assuming nobody's told her. Is it because she knows something about Lotta's camera? Is it because she knows that? I don't know why why are you not... why are the, Vito, you're not working today? Oh, that's it, what the hell? Why has it decided just to, like, not work? Vito's having a fun time today. There we go. No one else is supposed to know the secret information. That's true. Why do you know it?
Why are you looking at me like that?
This is how you came to acquire it. So is this when we were like, well, it's not going to be the gossip. I'm assuming this is Lotta's camera because of the fact that it's like, this is how you acquire it. Stolen on the night, tabloid article about the victim. Oh, it's because she wants the tabloid article. The investigative photographer Lotta Hart.
I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported she'd lost a certain note she'd written.
You reported such a thing?
On the piece of paper, she'd written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
Outrageous ideas.
No, I said impressions.
Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless?
That's it. That's the note.
You see, this is something completely different.
She's been stealing.
This is my top secret list of groceries to buy.
And you are the one who took Miss Hart's note.
I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. The infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. He's working with the evil on guard. She said so himself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she'd written.
Hey, you believe me, right? Why are we starting the corner theme again? Like, what?
I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before, please.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine.
I suppose it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this once.
It looks like she's really sorry. Well, considering Old Bag did have okay intentions in the last one, in the last game she appeared in, should I forgive her? No, we need to know if she has anything else. Because if she took... Look, I'm gonna, if I pull up this, stolen Lotta's camera. So, we need to see whether she has the camera or whether someone else took that and she just found the note. I have to find out some way to inflict a deafening blow. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was the note. Is this correct?
Oh, why don't you listen more carefully? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can.
And you're lying.
You're putting my credibility under scrutiny again.
Miss Old Bag, I don't believe the note is the only thing you stole that night. The camera. Because it was found inside. The note was with a camera inside its case.
A camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raging a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying, like, my sweetie, $1,600 camera disappeared on me.
What does?
What is it, Gramps?
If you have the note, then it's only logical you have the camera too.
Looks like you've found out me again. Is this the camera you're looking for?
Yes.
Even though I look like this, I'm still a person. I still eat cells you and I fall in love and I borrow things from people.
I think your definition of
borrow was a little off.
I saw that woman's business card and that's when I noticed it. Slime bag celebrity photographer extraordinaire. But when I saw that, I knew I had to know what sort of pictures she'd taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
I left to check this camera's photos.
I'm assuming we're going to get Lotta then. At some point.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's only one photo that seems to be relevant.
Please present it.
It was the Nickel Samurai.
This is the Nickel Samurai.
I told you that's the guy.
This proves the witness was not lying earlier. What does all this mean, Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated, at the time of the murder he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume.
If that is the case, then the Nickel Samurai is...
the defendant.
How'd it come to this? I think this brings up to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence. Final comment, Mr. Wright? Do you agree this photo is decisive evidence?
The photo really is decisive. We're done for. If I raise an objection here and blow it, I put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. It's the case of just me saving every time. It's just, I say yes. You have to say yes. There's something strange with this photo.
I knew this was coming, right?
Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, that's the judge, I thought.
I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with the photo. There's no way for the defense to bunk the photo even with a bunker buster.
Debunk with a bunker buster? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time.
You really find something honestly wrong with the photo? Then you should only need one chance.
Well, I have to find something. There you go. Where the heck did she take it from? Why can't she take a good shot? Ever.
What about this photo is strange?
Oh, we can't look in the court record. It's not that. Which way is he coming out of? No, he's coming out of Thingy's room. He's left the knife. You can't tell by the thingy. Is it the feet again? Because there was a thing that I said in the previous case. In the previous, like, Steel Samurai case. In which I was like, why are the feet so long? Is it because someone's shorter's in there? I'm gonna do that. I think the feet are just a bit too long. I don't know whether he actually has shoes in this one or whether he's like the Steel Samurai and just doesn't and he's like one of these. But I'm going to assume he looks like this.
What are you pointing to?
If you could see the person's ankles, that would be one thing. Oh, it is. Look, if you... So this version, the Nickel Samurai, you can see his feet. Whereas in this one you can't, which means that it has to be someone shorter. The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Ungard. Steel Samurai theme.
What's the meaning?
I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts.
Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama.
His socks, you can see his socks.
However, exactly in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. Oh, I didn't actually notice that, but okay. Sure. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant, what I just said. I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's letting the trial run itself as if he's only along for the ride. I mean, considering he's literally just jumped in here last minute, aside from Franziska, yeah. Along for the... What do you mean by that? I can only feel that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all?
Mr. Edgeworth, does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt and guard, everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this. Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you've proven the person inside this costume is not Matt and guard. In that case... Who is this a photo of?
Who is the person? It's very simple. We should be focused on this Edgeworth's attitude. Why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts.
Who's the person in the photograph? Well, I'm assuming we need to go to profiles. No. Is Franziska von Carter? No. Well, the only person it can be, Adrian. There we go.
Adrian Andrews?
If you want to know who the Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman.
And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
More water. For starters, she's short. That's what I get told a lot. I just keep getting told I'm short. I am short. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. On Guard that night.
How does this add up?
It means it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. On Guard's fingerprints all over it. And also the suit. Because, you know, she's his manager.
Why don't you just say it is what it is you want, right?
I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order! Looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honour.
this court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
Right, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means the trial will go on for another day. If I don't get a verdict today, then...
Let us set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
I have to do something. The trial must go on, but I don't have anything.
I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth? Because I think he knows that something's going on.
Your Honour, I request you please continue with today's trial.
I love the fact that this is Miles' theme. I love his theme.
But we cannot continue to this unexpected development.
Tisk. Unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honour.
And what do you mean by that?
Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
What? So does he know or not?
What is the meaning of your statement?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution lobby. She is the next witness.
Everything was planned out in advance? I'm assuming... Did we tell Gumshoe? I don't actually remember whether we told Gumshoe about the transceiver. Did we ever tell Gumshoe about it? Because if we ever told him about it, then absolutely I think he would have told Miles. And then he would have gone, right,
Sir,
Miles been kidnapped. And stuff like that. I don't know. Somehow I knew there would be no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. It looks like the battle is far from over.
exactly.
Very well, we will call the next witness. Before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess again.
To be continued. We're only 2.5 hours in. I think we are okay to carry on. I'm just going to quickly check how long the case actually is. Yeah, I think I'm... Yeah, I think we will go to 4 hours, because I think we will probably get this done in 2 days rather than 1. Yeah, because I'm not doing another thing where it's like I try a 7-hour stream again.
Dude, I can't believe that Adrian, knowing, not cool, and collected Adrian Andrews.
I can't do French accent. She was a manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull it off. The only person who had easy access to the knife used at dinner was, well, her.
After the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time.
She could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your cama.
Because she was the one who came to wake me up? You're saying it was her?
She is the real killer.
I thought she was buds with Juan.
She has her own agenda.
What are you talking about?
I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. Be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today.
Get me a verdict is refreshing like a spring breeze. Mr. Lawyer.
You think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing note, right?
Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax as her strength and the reason to live. Oh, it's that thing again. It sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it
is Juan Corrida, the victim of the murder.
And that's why I think Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back.
That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me.
What?
Who was it that first told us about their relationship?
Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impax? It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Ship, you say? Insert either shipping reference or Zero Escape.
Don't let your guard down.
Courtroom number 3.
I will now reconvene. Mr. Edgeworth, if you please.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by the court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation?
I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Martin Guard.
I see, now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
What is it?
I'm sure everyone in the room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim.
Wait, why am I doing her in a British accent? She's not supposed to be British. She's supposed to be Welsh. I'm stupid.
It was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
I keep forgetting what accent I'm supposed to do for her. I'm looking at the sheer voices.
I've no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land.
The judge was even a prosecution witness. He'd do all my work for me.
I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim.
I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
Was it fry and bait? Or was it bait and fry? Are you fishing?
I didn't kill him.
No one is accusing you of it.
I think there was someone who would beg to differ.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim, Mr. Andrews.
Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court.
Oh gosh. Why am I yawning? I've had like 2 cups of coffee. I should be yawning.
What happened when you discovered the murder had taken place?
When you found the body.
It's time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
Okay. You poured yourself a glass of juice?
I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime, and I determined the crime scene by moving this one thing.
I just when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made.
I see. So why'd you make cross-examine the witness?
Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer and she has the brains to match.
Yes, I know.
In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offence is the instant this trial is over. Understand?
Okay.
Times I should.
And why'd you do that?
As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes.
So the show is supposed to be a show of friendship. I should back off. As long as I don't have any proof, she's not going to talk.
May we continue? What did you see when she got in?
There was his dead body. I was in shock.
You were in shock?
What? Was I not supposed to be?
She's a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for him.
Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect a young beauty like her wouldn't be.
I think the reason why I yawn when I do Edgeworth is just because of how I do his voice. I see.
What I saw was naturally the exact same thing. I said so.
Juice. To disrupt her pacing, I just went the thing of like pressing 1, 5 and 1, 3 and 5.
There was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself.
But you didn't drink any of it. There were no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest anyone drank from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly glad, so I set the glass down without drinking it.
Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. That's when you poured yourself the glass of juice.
And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank.
Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed I made one careless mistake.
What one thing? I mean, disrupting a crime scene, probably.
Never mind, it's no big deal.
What was she starting to say? Press further. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I.
I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing, really. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
Ooh. I'll talk about the one on the floor in the crime photo. So she broke the stuff on the desk, which means it might not have been a struggle. So it wasn't like pushed into the dresser in which the vase fell over. No, the vase falling over was a complete accident on her part. Okay. A splash of glass shards?
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
The crime photo is weird though, because didn't they say that water was only found on the top of the guitar case? If the guitar case was open when she knocked that, when she knocked the vase down, wouldn't there be water inside the case? That's what I kind of think at the moment.
I'm sorry, I thought the crime scene was already in disarray. The people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
Looks like another fact has come to light. Please add this and anything else you have to evidence or testimony.
I'm sorry, but I've nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else.
Onto or into? Because I'm like literally what I just said. Or it fell onto the guitar case. I'm gonna present the guitar case here. There's some water, but only on the top of the lid. You testified you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And you were sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem, actually. It's true the top of the guitar case is wet with water. However, that's exactly what's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside and not the outside. So who closed it? That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about the guitar case. What's that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. None of the vase pieces are inside the guitar case. What's wrong with that? The guitar case is open when the vase fell. There should be some in it. The glass shot should be inside, not outside. So it was closed and somebody came back and opened it.
What is your point, right? The case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over. Is that all?
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
That's right, she said she implicitly didn't touch the guitar case.
But this whole matter end with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found in the studio. Has no bearing on the case at all.
That may very well be, however...
Seems there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Mr. Wright?
I mean, make her testify. Because of course you will. I believe it's a crucial piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe anyone would reach the straws like this, but it is you.
Rose chess piece.
I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honour. I don't remember too clearly. I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal, though. The case was empty. As for why I opened it, even I don't know.
It looks like this wasn't a very important point.
His wastefulness is now a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting.
Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination.
Using any way to change the topic. Convenient escape for a weak man.
Ooh.
Oh, gosh.
Why were you yawning so much today? I must have opened it. She's our weakest. This is our chance. A weapon is... Okay, so we're presenting evidence. Okay. I must have opened the guitar case after. It's not a big deal, right? I think this is the one we're supposed to press on, maybe. Or present, even. I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked it over. What does it say? And there's some water burning that bears Carida's fingerprints. It doesn't say it presents hers. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Herlock Sholmes. Because the only fingerprints in the guitar case are those of the victim.
What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume I must have left prints because I touched the case. Why, because she was wearing gloves? What do you mean? What if I were to tell you I was wearing gloves at the time?
Why would you be wearing gloves?
It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. I was almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
Mr. Wright.
Well, I'm assuming that's strange, because of the fact that, you know, her fingerprints were found on the wine glass, but not on the guitar case. You're wearing gloves. Why is that strange? Do you have something I could prove I wasn't wearing them? The wine glass. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. Oh, gotcha now, Adrian. The wine glass. You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself the glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? You put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case. Oh, extra pair of glasses. Hamana.
Order!
Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that a guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty though. But the bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the bright guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, no, that's not right. But yeah, I was right by earlier saying that there's something on the... that there was something in the thingy case.
The witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact on the case.
Your Honour, it is obviously the defence's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided objection. I'm sorry. No, Your Honour, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified the vase fell onto the guitar case. Which means the case was closed when the crime took place. Gotcha, Edgeworth. However, it's wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. Objection. If you're so sure, right. And I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim. Correct? Please, enlighten us as to why this guitar case has anything at all to do with the murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Let's suppose for a second the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case, which I said earlier. What did I say earlier about something else being in that case?
The bright red guitar not being the only thing.
You don't...
Objection, for goodness sake, but... So you intend to push your theory the case was not empty?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours, you haven't proven anything. Now, let's have it. What was inside the case?
Now to prove what's inside the case, I'm assuming it's like an extra costume. It's the only thing that could have been in there. You deliberately took the thingy out, and was I right in literally saying that someone else was going to dress up at the costume by getting like a spare one or something, and then like going up to the conference and going, oh look, Madam God did a thing or something for a scandal. I'm gonna say it's this one.
This is a photograph.
But what's important is what is in the picture, Your Honour.
In the picture?
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing. Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, or the hero's very own costume.
What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Are you saying that the witness opened a guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that?
The insane point of view to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave.
I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous ideal?
Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. In the end, she managed to get this shot.
You mean this photo?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Order. Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again.
Nice job, Phoenix. You know my strategy. Spink first, think later. Spink first. Spink. Speak and think. Yes, I do both at the same time, guys.
A real murderer's hiding inside a costume.
Wow, deja vu from the last game.
Wait, the Nickel Samurai's costume would have been worn by Mr. Matt on guard. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room?
True, it is a little baffling. It's alright. What was this Nickel Samurai?
It was a spare costume. Mr. Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we're talking about is a spare one.
What?
Yeah, there's obviously going to be more than one costume. Like, unless you're Max Galactica from the previous case, who only has one.
There were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel.
Yes, in case like one breaks or something. That's what I'm saying.
And how to explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean the victim himself had brought a spare to the ceremony on purpose,
Because Ungard didn't know about the ceremony, which means Juan was planning on doing something at that ceremony to maybe fuel the scandal of Matt Ungard.
The victim, Mr. Corrido, was the German ninja. Why would he seriously bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point.
What are you mumbling to yourself about?
Have you just been rambling without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No,
Is that right? Please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim... Was I literally right with the press conference ticket? With the idea that, that Juan was gonna go and try and fuel Matt's scandal by confessing something?
What is this?
On the night of the murder after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
The Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something.
I heard about this as well. For once you're not making something up right.
But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ingard himself, well, obviously didn't know about it. He didn't know. He had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference. But
How can that be?
the way I see it means only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself.
I got you now, Juan.
Yes, the spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai.
Oh,
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. Why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal.
the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself.
Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt on guard.
I guess that is what that would mean.
But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure.
I can see why you are pros at what you do. Just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer an explanation.
I was the one he asked to help set it up, and the person who prepared the second costume was also me. Juan had bet everything on the German ninja, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure that Matt was going down with him.
He was going to ruin him.
It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Ooh.
Do you know of what secret of what Mr. Unguarded is?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
I see.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all.
Protect Mr. Ungard?
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behaviour.
Your Honour, I understand.
Protecting Matt.
From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan, no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife, but I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him.
But this does account for everything.
I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defence can find no fault, I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine.
Looks like somehow everything is swung to the opposite end of the scale. This means I have to put my weight in it and turn her logic upside down.
Protecting Matt.
From the moment I saw, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer.
Would you say that was your intuition speaking?
Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove someone did something, you need 3 things.
3.
Motive, opportunity, and decisive evidence. If you think these things are true, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix.
They didn't teach us that in school, at least from what I remember.
May I continue? Matt had to kill Juan no matter what.
I'm just going to press on all the statements and see whether that's what I need. Would you say this need came from the press conference?
Do you know why Juan chose that event in that hotel? Because that's when he could do the most establish to the public's beloved Matt and Guard.
And you knew of this plan?
Because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume.
But I'm sure Mr. On Guard himself didn't know anything about the press conference.
Can you show me any proof he didn't know about the press conference?
Anyway, the important thing is this information was not in your testimony.
It's correct, your testimony.
Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was. He didn't have an alibi. The button and the knife.
You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage.
What about the button?
The button?
Clear from the crime scene, the victim and the murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about the button, correct?
The button was found in pleats of Matt's hakama. Isn't that correct? I would think it makes very decisive evidence.
Looks like you outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
The knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony.
Man, I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept defeat.
Goodness me, still looks at me.
With an icy stare, yes.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this to your testimony.
Okay. The button was torn off during his fight with Matt. Gonna save here. I'm assuming we need to present evidence. Because we've just amended 2 pieces of testimony. I don't think the first one did anything because she already talked about his motive. No, that's not that one.
Guitar case, wine glass, crime photo. Well, because it doesn't seem like there was much of a struggle. Because the fact you admitted to knocking the thingy over, it would feel like there's not much of a struggle. These two feel like they're going to come up in the next segment, maybe. No, because they said the button and the knife. She doesn't know about the strangulation bit. I'm going to present the crime photo, because I think that might be evidence of saying, well, there was no struggle. The witness's statement is clearly faulty. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Ah. Alright. It's only 2, so it's fine for now. Okay, so it's not that one. The other option is going for that, because she doesn't know, because she said that they fought, and she only talks about the stabbing and the knife. I'm going to go with that one, because she doesn't know about the strangulation. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. What does this mean? Let's examine the evidence. The button has the victim's blood on it. Oh, because of the fact it's got... He died because strangulation doesn't produce blood. Yeah. Means it was ripped off the costume when? It would have to be after. After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means... it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. Because the victim was strangled to death in the fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body.
What is the meaning? What's the meaning of this right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change?
Let me ask you one simple question, Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did it serve?
What purpose?
Because to create evidence. We now know the button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean the murderer had something in mind.
So right does this mean?
To pin him. Because it's a piece of evidence that's been fabricated. There's only one logical reason. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Ungard. Here's the thing though, we're on day 1, 2 even, and I think this one does have more than 1 day, because I think you talk to the guy and go, well, actually we need more than 1 day, there's not enough decisive evidence yet. And then he goes, yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm assuming that means that then... I don't know. I know there is 1 more day at least. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Ungard was set up. By the real killer, of course. Also, because Adrian's here now, I don't think, like, unless this was like a case 1 or a case 2, I don't think Adrian did it. Plus, we've not brought up her potential motive yet. Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. You can't let your guard down, not until the very end. Adrian? Because we're deliberately trying to pin Adrian for it. Even though I probably know she's not the killer. I choose you. You are Mr. Corrida's killer. What? Ooh, new cornered.
That's not right. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews.
How preposterous, you can't stick any of that onto me.
I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? What about the knife? You were in the room. The knife was used to stab the victim after he'd already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. The only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you.
Then, what about the button which was found in his hakama?
This button was removed from the victim's body after he died. The only people who could have done so were the people who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. Hakama? I don't know. Her glass shattering make the same noise as the cyclops do. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you, yet again. What about the empty guitar case? That's also another piece of evidence that incriminates her. Oh, fun. The costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. How could he have known there was such a costume inside the case? It could have only been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, again.
No,
Objection! Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case, and it was you who proved at the time she was not wearing gloves.
That's right. That's because she didn't intend in leaving any prints. If anyone who had found out she touched the case, they would have asked her why. So, to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on earth can believe this Nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Mr. Andrews, you're also short in stature, aren't you? Please stop. How about it? I've got her this time. Oh, Miss Andrews. I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify if it can incriminate me. Yes, absolutely correct. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if they can cause damage. Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday, Mr. On Guard's room. Adrian Andrews. Think hard. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up until this point. There's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done?
What's wrong, right? You finished?
What's so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realise this as well, Your Honour, but everything the good lawyer here has proved to this point to be meaningless.
What?
Everything you've proven here is circumstantial.
Circumstantial?
Yes, you have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. But Miss Andrews did indeed harbour a wish to murder Miss Corrida.
Did you want to kill Miss Corrida?
I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
Miss Andrews, if you do that, you'll be the same as admitting your guilt.
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of.
No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do?
Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation.
I'm going to take another drink of water. This is hurting my throat. We've still got, I think, another hour of what we're going to do.
as Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defence's theory she's the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. That's not true. In the situation, there's only one thing the court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Recess?
I request that both the prosecution and defense look further. On tomorrow's trial.
Tomorrow. We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict. Please, that's not necessary. The trial, please continue.
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting to one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. It's not about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... Oh! Edgeworth now knows because the fact that we've just immediately gone Maya. If we don't, then Maya. And he's gone, oh, she's been like... She's in danger. I'm endangered. Oh, he understands now. Edgeworth understands now, and he's going to talk to us about it at some point, I'm assuming.
It's not impossible for this trial to continue.
That's not Edgeworth. What?
It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
That is very true, but...
Actually, there's one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. And I can't help but to think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not sparing a glass of juice.
Also, yeah, are her fingerprints on the bottle as well as the glass?
While you speak, I want to state that you have a reason behind your actions. I would like you to testify to that effect.
Testify?
I would like to request the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out should in no way implicate the witness.
Okay. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth, but I can't get a good read of him. Friend or foe? I just don't know. Yes. Is he friend or foe? Yes.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
When I found the body, that glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired in the corner. When I saw him, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realised he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
You poured the glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful. You can't find anything wrong. There's nothing left. Edgeworth, what is going on? When I found the body, okay. I did pour it for myself. I was surprised when I saw that. Slumped over and tired in the corner. Not in the chair? Slumped over. Yes, he was just sitting there, with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that sound a little odd? I thought he was dead, didn't cross my mind. When I saw him, the thought he was dead didn't cross my mind. I'm just gonna go to the court record. Strangled, then stabbed, right? I'm sorry, when you find a button covered in blood, and you go, yeah, that guy's not dead. Look, there's a giant. If she found him in a chair like that, I was like, yeah, he's not dead, guys. He's definitely not dead. It's just a prop knife. I think it's that one. It has to be. I'm sorry. But if you look at that photo and you go, I'm sorry, you didn't think he was dead when you found him. Not at all. Even though this is what you saw. Like big ass knife. Like big ass knife in him. What's that meaning? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Creeder's chest. Anyone who saw the scene must have immediately thought that this was a dead guy. Well, that's him, you see. I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink.
Appointed?
Miss Andrews, your testimony was all one giant lie. I love how her glasses breaking sounds like the sight clock breaking. Your lie has broken one thing very clearly. You are the real killer. No! Well, I don't know why I meant American there. That was not what her accent I gave her Welsh.
Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Mattingard, is not guilty.
That's impossible. You're wrong.
Try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He's the one who killed him. You were the one who refused to testify. And your reason to do, so you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance.
Sorry. I will give you one last chance. As a pun from that one. I refuse to testify.
There's no need for the court to continue. Mr. Mattingard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over already? I don't think it is. I don't think it's going to be. Because, like, I cannot have completed this in under 5 hours. I don't think that's possible. Plus, we haven't got we haven't got anything from her. What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. Now I think about it, this is the first time I've actually been somewhere and someone hasn't. Even like Von Karma was slamming his head against the wall. Even though he wasn't saying anything, he was slamming his head against the wall and we were all like, yeah, he did it.
Objection! Oh, Your Honor, the prosecution feels it would be premature to pass down a verdict.
What?
The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute, real truth.
The absolute real truth?
Witness, don't you understand? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head.
Probably Franziska.
But as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Mattingard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party.
That's a lie. I don't believe you. I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What? Has she lost it? I can't speak. It's Franziska von Karma. Don't you remember? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of others because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. And Miss Andrews is... Yesterday she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Mattingard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words and is clinging on to them. And what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across something like this. So yeah, it's not going to be over. Miss Andrews has to be the killer. Right? Well, she's crying on the witness stand. All we have to do is get her not guilty. It wasn't me, I'm begging you. Please believe me, I didn't kill Juan. Please help me. Oh.
Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court can't continue. I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? I suggest you think very carefully. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. and think about who's the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Probably Shelly de Killer. There's no one else be except the woman crying over there. Apart from, like, you know, Shelly de Killer. The person who's kidnapping Maya. Ooh. Ow. Knocked my mic there.
What will you do? What kind of man are you?
Force her to testify. I'm going to do that because if we tell her not guilty now, I think something is going to... He'll start objecting me if I say force an acquittal. I can't bring myself to do it. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you're hiding.
You're sure you know what you're doing?
Sure, Mr. On Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want the trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
Yes. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong.
What a shame. I'd hoped things wouldn't come to this. Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refused to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this from the court.
Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth.
This witness, how should I put this, has an illness.
What?
And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past.
Stop. Please stop.
No matter how much you want to hide it, I no use. I have the...
Oh, he has to bring it... He's bringing it up. That's the second part. The attempted suicide. So he's not bringing up Celeste just yet. He's not bringing up Celeste, but he's bringing up her attempted.
What will you do now? You know what I'm about to do. I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
Having other people know about it scares her more in the world. Please stop. I beg you. People find out. People find out I'll...
You're going to say you would choose death? That's no concern to me.
Edgeworth? Edgeworth, you can't just say that. Because of the fact that you, yourself, said that while probably crying in the prosecutor's office and caused so many people that harm because of the fact that you said you chose death and then suddenly came back like this. How can you be so cold?
Before you die, I'll pull the truth when you're still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court or I?
I'll talk, but please help me. Nothing matters anymore.
My crime.
Oh. I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. When I realised he was dead, it's when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash to Matt's room, and then I stabbed his dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and I was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. That's why I ended up using the Nicholas Samurai costume.
Back in the days of Gig. Choosing death? Stop the body with the knife?
Isn't obvious to pin the blame on a certain person. A cowardly man.
What do you mean by all of this?
It might take the court a little while to understand, but this is the truth.
The real killer is Matt, the scumbag of a man. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? Did he kill someone else?
Mr. Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with the murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt and Guard for the murder. And this is her crime.
How is this possible? I mean, well, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer?
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the examination. Well, I guess we press, because I don't think I can see any contradictions. No, I don't. I'm gonna just press and see whether we can find a contradiction. You could tell from the state the room was in, there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth? Yeah. Are you telling the truth when you say that you didn't know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but the scarf's part of a costume, so I didn't think it was strange. His head was also tilted down, so I couldn't see his face. So I thought I'd wake him up. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew. He was going to expose Matt's weak point to the world. So Matt did it to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin the crime on him.
A forged piece of evidence with a knife and the button.
The first thing that came to my mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash to his room.
That's so you could get the knife, correct?
The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used it, the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with the costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife and returned to the scene of the crime. And then...
So you were the one to stab the victim with the knife?
Gives me goosebumps to think about it. What a horrible thing I did. At the time I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own.
Mind control! Shelly de Killer has mind control? Okay, no.
When I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realised something. If I used the button, I could make Matt look even more suspect.
So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Angard's hakama? Hakama?
That's what I planned to do, but things never go smoothly.
An inconvenience.
There was a woman with a camera at the ready loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was only a woman with a ray gun at the ready pacing back and forth.
His old bag?
I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't well go and make myself looking like myself and get caught again.
You were the one who prepared the costume.
I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony.
You did this in preparation for the press conference.
Juan wanted to wear the costume and hold a press conference. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is his secret?
That I don't know. I thought if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, people would think Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely didn't want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've had enough. After that, you went back to Mr. Angard's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. I snuck out at the hotel and got rid of it.
That mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Angard. Yesterday, that woman of a prosecutor sat me down for a talk.
Franziska?
She said under no circumstances confess to what I'd done. That if I just kept quiet, Matt would be found guilty. I had no choice but to believe in her.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she's not the real killer.
But wait, Your Honour, the defence still...
Objection. Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it's not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of the witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish the witness was the culprit, so please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please arrest Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honour. The prosecution will arrange for detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Bigger slam of a gavel there.
Everyone's just standing awkwardly in the corner. Oh.
Today's trial. It's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Before you leave court, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. 2 people have both said that because it's Shelly de Killer's card thing, right? Because the fact that Maya found it when she got kidnapped, and now Edgeworth and Pearl have both seen that Adrian has one.
It's had my interest for quite some time.
What exactly is it?
This. Mr. Wright also asked about it. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me, I remember just now. I found this in the room on the day.
The room?
That day.
Oh, it's on the table.
I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. Who is lying there, right next to him.
You found the card next to the victim's body.
I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to the murder, right?
I guess not, but it's still a strange card. But as far as a clue? Oh, Edgeworth knows what it is. Edgeworth knows what it is.
That card, give it to me, hurry.
Edgeworth? Do you understand what you stupidly let inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me.
I didn't mean to. What's this all about?
I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. Well, he knows what it is. That card, what does it mean? Edgeworth, you going to tell us, or... No, you're not going to tell us what the card means. Okay, cool. Continue. We are going to be continuing. Because it's only been 3.5 hours, and I think we can continue. We're going to continue until we get to 4 hours, maybe 4 and a bit. Yeah, okay, I think we're gonna continue for another half an hour. So let us continue with the investigation.
Mystic Maya!
They're pearls.
I don't take it anymore.
Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out.
Huh?
The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Ngard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying.
You're right. Mystic Maya isn't much more pain than I am.
That's right, so...
Glad I caught you, pal. Oh, hi, Gumshoe.
He's a Scruffy.
Has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy in Pearl's book. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe, and I came to talk to you. We're kind of busy, though. But okay. So, what are we going to do from now on? What do you mean? Well, you've been fired, right? Oh, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming all day until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday? Well, guess that means I'm going to have to work here at your place. Say, what? You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. God's innocence all day, right? But yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. Got lots of experience investigating and watching over people's places, and I'm great making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Nick. It's the Scruffy take care of things.
What's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? Instant noodles is like, yeah. Edgeworth, what's Edgeworth gonna do? First time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Andrews did that.
He said that?
Because of him doing that, we got the truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. There we go. I still think there's something fundamentally wrong. Maybe about that thing? What would she want to... No, I mean, always need to frame him. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. You're saying the testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, but... Well, that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
Such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor is better than that.
Franziska? Speaking of Miss Von Karma, do you have any more information on her? Was she shot this morning? Miss Von Karma was shot today, but on the way to the trial by a pistol. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and hanging in there. Wow. She was shot in the shoulder, like her dad. I should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? You gonna visit her? Well, I was kind of thinking about it. You've actually got a heart, don't you? She was being tortured to death. Might be good for it if you went and let her whip you a bit.
Let's go and let her whip us.
No, I'm definitely not going. The name of the hospital, the Hottie Clinic. Oh no. No, not the Hottie Clinic. I guess I can't say hi. I guess we have to move to the Hottie Clinic. No, I don't like this guy. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Oh, this guy was Gollum, I think. I gave him Gollum's voice. Give me a second, I'm putting water again.
You need to visit a patient.
Yeah, he's got Gollum's voice, and I'm giving him Gollum's voice because I hate him. Wait a second, you're...
Yes, I'm Director Harty. Oh.
Why are you still here?
What is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Ashes.
Director Harty. Edgeworth?
Yes, I'm Director Harty. You're the man for the morning.
Director Franziska, how is she?
You don't need to worry, she's in good hands.
I've given him that voice because it's funny.
You see, I'm personally taking good care of her, yes. Yes, and the surgery went round.
You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about the director and his secret.
She looks so pitiful, terrified. I understand her opponent with a gun. And when I stuck on her, she would scream.
I hate him. I hate him so much and I can't wait for him to just leave.
She's really cute. She'd whip me. I cried, but I like to think I could get used to. Ow!
Good. I fucking hate this guy. Go back to your room.
You're so mean. Okay, have my IV drops.
Hi, and what are those tulips doing in your hands, Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal, this sort of thing happens all the time. Happened to my dear old dad. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning.
That would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal she's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday. I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court. I don't know what you're talking about. You have proof I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I hadn't been in court today, this trial would... If I had been in court today, this trial would all be over.
all while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime. Said it isn't my problem whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I've only one objective: to find Angard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Phoenix, right? The end justifies the means. Karma. Adrian Andrews believed you when you said if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, Angard will be found guilty. And what does it have to do with me? Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's a weak person. All you had to know was she was... Ow! I think visiting hours are about over. If you'll excuse me. Clicking of heels.
What's wrong?
Only because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Hello, Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial? I was not like you at all. I mean, I know you know about Andrew's condition, but you could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far...
But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. That's why I made the witness do the same.
I mean, I can see how far I get in this investigation. And then we do stuff. Because we've not actually done too much, I don't think. I don't know. We'll see how far we get into the investigation before we decide to cap it. We could cap it at 4 hours, or we could try going longer, but I think I'm probably going to cap it at 4 hours, because then that will leave us to do the last bit of the case on Sunday, and then that means we might be able to do a little bit of fun stuff after as well that's also Ace Attorney based. You were really angry in court. That's rare for you. Oh. I'm not going to speak the flashbacks. That card, what is it?
You mean this? Listen, right. This is top secret. You cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly de Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin.
An assassin? Oh crap. The guy we've just made a deal with is an assassin. Who is this Shelly de Killer?
De Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Are they like related, or are they is the name de Killer just passed down, I'm assuming?
Long-standing.
The name first appeared about 100 years ago.
Edgeworth is being useful. Yeah.
Shelley's the professional name of the third heir to the De Killer name.
So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them.
He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims.
Why would he say something like that?
We think it's a part of his duty to his clients. If he leaves a card, his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else.
Ma'am, Serial and Sir Killer, you may now kiss. You may kiss the killer. Anyway.
This is one honourable assassin with a moral conscience.
So, you think this assassin, the one who did the killing in this case?
It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it.
Shelly de Killer, huh?
I noticed something at the trial. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter?
No, other way around. Manner, then matter. I guess I should tell him. She's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want?
An acquittal.
I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Do you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to...
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way.
Right, listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelly de Killer, and the client who ordered the job is Matt and Guard, your own client. Please stop, I can't listen to you, I can't believe that. If you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we're looking into any clues that might lead us to Shelly de Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they'll let you enter.
At least he's being nice to us.
In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Bye, just disappears.
Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. God hired an assassin?
No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock.
I guess not.
Well, if we ask him, did he hire that assassin and like 6 of them appear? Well, now we know he did. Oh. Something about Maya, Pearl said, and I didn't get to read it because it went by really fast. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy to drop a card like this for me. Even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making this up, like Nick does with everything in court. Let's try out the card trick. Sounds like I got the door open. Time to take a look around. Oh, okay, we have to look around. The bears, again. What the hell? What is this place? Got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. There's videos? I'll worry about that later. For now I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. What's this thing? An antenna, I guess? This is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. What's an antenna doing here? The computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Well, I'm assuming it'll be on the little box next to it. Yeah, the problem is when this thing came out in 2002? 2002? When this game came out in 2002, like, technology has advanced a lot. What's that?
There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table.
Is that Celeste?
Picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." What a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? It's a bear. She's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle.
A puzzle, you say? Professor Layton intensifies.
Locked. Doesn't look like I can use the card to open the door. Open the cat flap. If he was a little skinnier, then I'd be able to crawl through there.
Oh. Crap.
This simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will.
This guy.
It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned. For now, I suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct?
Dead?
I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin.
No, you're lying. I mean, an assassin?
People are not always who they appear to be.
Nick!
Ooh.
Mr. Nick?
Oh, yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edwards has left.
I guess for now, but I have no choice to believe in Mr. On Guard. I think I should listen to his story one more time. So we have to go back to the detention center, I think. Ooh.
Sorry, but visiting hours are over. Oh. Sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer. You're Mr. Wright. There's a message. It's from Matt.
What do you write?
I don't know. To Mr. Lawyer Dude. I've got something important to tell you. Mr. Wright, I have a favor to ask. I have a cat named Shu. I didn't put a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. Do you think you could drop by and feed Shu for me? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, okay? Okay.
It's terrible. And plus Shu's stomach is growling.
Yeah, I guess. Please feed my cat. Alright, cool. Let's go check on this guy's cat. Oh, it's from the hotel.
It's the name. Let's go look for clues.
Oh, who's this?
You shall not pass. Don't devalue my name and turn into a gasp. Because of you, I've been made like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from that previously promised, but... Oh. I wanted his heart out for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside this old bag.
Oh, I think she's down.
Keep your hands off me. No air gets in and no air gets out.
And why do you keep putting it on?
Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions.
I'm not hearing this. Sure is dark.
I'll go turn on the light.
Wow, massive, Wow, that's a massive motorcycle that he just has hanging up there.
Come on, let's find Shu.
I found the cat. Oh, cat! We love a cat. It's like, in the Chronicles games, they, Natsume gives the people in London, when he goes back, he gifts them one of his kittens, Wagahai, who we now get to... Aww!
Hi, Shu.
A cat seems to like Pearl. Oh, this guy. Hello. It's your kitten. Oh, he's back. May I help you with something, mister? We're lawyers. I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer. The masters. You must be Mr. Wright. Shitten. No! It's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. Definitely with that lovely tattoo question mark on your face. I don't know what that is. Is it a tattoo? Is it stitches? I don't know what the name is. Also, it turns out there are like people out there who just have like little white tufts in their hair. I know someone like that. Because he has like entirely like dark hair and he just has like one look, like he has like a bit of white at the front. Yes, I like cats. Cats are great. Oh, hi. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard. Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master's capable of a foul deed like that. And, anything else? Not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. Mr. Doe, how long have you served here? I would have to say maybe about a year. And, anything else? Not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak. I would have thought Mr. On Guard to kind of have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you've got. It's my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shu. And anything else? Not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Is that why there's a cat flap in the door? Is Maya buried in the basement of this house? Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave. We should probably get going ourselves. There's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, charge of the house. People are not who always they appear to be. Now, if they excuse me.
Gato. I guess I examine.
A giant bicycle.
That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal. Sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Not too bad.
It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What's with me and feeling inferior today? What else have we got?
It's a giant cooking hut.
That's actually a fireplace.
Totally different.
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before.
You should come visit Fame Manor. I'll show you one.
What else have we got? Bum bum ba ba bum ba bum.
No mask here.
The one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. Oh, next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles at the backdrop of old Tokyo.
You really know enough about the Steel Samurai.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry than I know more about that show than a kid.
It's a small door at the bottom of the bigger door. You mean shoe?
The door is locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. We're not gonna, like... Is Maya not there or something? I don't know. I keep thinking that, like, this is the house that Maya's trapped in or something. There's another door over there. I know how Maya feels. Right. I don't think there's anything that I can really do besides this. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, so we just need to move. I'm assuming we just go back. And then, oh, because of the fact that we needed to present something to someone to help us get by. Right. That one, right? Yeah. Maybe if I show this letter I got from Edgeworth. This old bag, if you would look at...
What, you want me to look at this?
Edgy.
Oh, is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour? Some pheromone of love or whatever.
Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to convince yours truly, Miles Edgeworth?
Yours truly?
And good of flattery? Fine, but only because Edgy said so.
Letter of introduction given to old bag. Woo!
I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around.
It looks like she has strong feelings, Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but nothing's going to come of it.
What do you mean, Mr. Nick?
Ow! Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face.
Anyway, let's continue our investigation.
One little thing before I forget. You can't go into God's room today. The police's main investigation team's gonna be in there all day. So don't go in there. It's 1 foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy old bag.
Alright, cool. I guess we, go visit places. Bye. Looks like we're the only ones here.
Yeah, the hotel seems so busy.
Probably because of all the police scouring for clues about the killer. Hate that lobster. March 22nd. Hey, city boy. Lotta, you're still here. Reckon course. Investigative photographer eats her stars to her ability to snap up the scoop. This hotel has that aura of mystery, like something's always about to happen.
Ooh. Do you have a camera?
Rick, give you. Photographer's gonna have cameras out the ear like corn. I'm hanging around here, Speaking of cameras, do you have mine, Bread Thief? Yeah, we need to present her camera back. There you go. A steaming hand towel? No, does she not want her cameras back? Alright, okay. I guess we don't get to give. Sure. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. You're really gonna shell out the books for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway on the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here, you know. Got a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time.
The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time.
I guess that means there was no one who could tell us who came and went that night. Oh no. The note that was inside your camera case. The ditty I wrote? Yeah, can you believe what I've written? And stuff about Ungard shoving his manager lady on a corrida? Yeah, well, reckon you best not believe in that. Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, writing whatever came to mind.
Whatever came to mind?
When you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldooders. A lot of random bullshit. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Why'd you look like you suddenly got older, too? I'm just shrinking here.
We don't talk about Mia.
Shh. My baby, my $600, not $600, $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. But that's kind of how it is. You're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So put in a good few words for me and give me back my camera. You want me to do what? Nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'd give it right back. Why don't you do your own dirty work then? I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, see you then. And you too there, little un. Keep up the good work.
Okay.
Don't be picky about your food now. And make sure you do all your homework. And if you happen to find my... Okay, would you please just leave? Okay. There are a lot of bears, aren't there?
Mr. Nick,
Who's that?
I hate evil guys.
I don't think if it's a ghost, maybe it's a
What are you calling it, demon, Brett?
Zoinks! It's the alien! Run for your life, Scoob!
Who you calling an alien?
Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldback. What are you doing here?
What's wrong with youngins? Came down here to pay respects to my poor Juan and you're disturbing me.
Night of the murder. Please talk to me about the night of the murder, just one more time.
I talked about it plenty. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and a note. Loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face.
The imbecilic look on her face.
Gonna take notes, at least we make sound better than that.
Okay.
You know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my business. Not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night.
Oh, I accidentally just clicked on the same one again. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida.
He's the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book.
I heard he was lagging behind the poles against Mr. On Guard.
Well, that's just a recent thing, bad luck and all. He was going to become an even bigger star he used to be. Look at this mountain of presents.
Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick,
What is it?
the presents, they're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. What's with his, bear thing? All Mr. Karida's presents from his fans seem to be bears, almost.
Oh, it's only because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears.
I'm assuming that's the last thing he was in or something. Maybe?
My bears. You don't know when my dear one was training, you fought bare-handed with a bear. If you refused, he'll give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends.
What a heartwarming story.
Down by a river going here, you could find you two, bub, you two.
Wolverine? Did that really happen?
It's in his biography, bub.
What a load of crock.
Ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice bears.
I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock.
I said infernal racket.
It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m., way past your bedtime.
I thought I was going to die for a second. 8 p.m.
That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night.
I'm sure it's hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. A transceiver. Hello?
This is not a phone, still.
Maya. How is Maya?
It seems you are not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, attorney. I've heard the news, so it seemed my present did you no good.
It's Ignaya.
One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. Just get a not guilty verdict, please.
I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all.
Please. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. What's with the static? Hello? It seems
Bad. Good night.
Damn it, did the transceiver just break?
What happened?
All of a sudden, it became nothing but static.
It's Ignaya.
Why did the transceiver break suddenly like that? You should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. I think that this is the point in which I will probably raid out. It has been just over 4 hours, and I'm just about to find someone to raid. Give me a minute. Let us find someone. We are going to... I think I found someone to raid, which will be good. Yep. I'm going to be raiding Locomon34. He's a good friend of mine. And is a fellow member of the Gartist Corner. Like I said earlier in this stream, I'm part of a group called the Gartist Corner. And we've been trying to finally put some new videos out recently. And a new one's coming out tonight, which I'm hoping people enjoy. Which is people drawing characters based on descriptions. I was in the first one, and a group of incredible artists are in the second one that's coming out tonight in roughly about 2 hours.
So we have into tonight's one with Nacho Star, Lovely Times, Saya, Kazarine, and Taffy Cat 36 with the help of Not a Wisp, who is doing all of those, so I'm hoping that one. We are raiding Locomon 34 today. Ow. That should... I hope everyone has a lovely day or night wherever you are in the world. And I hope you all find yourself having a lovely day, or night, or evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm going to quickly save while we... And on Sunday, we will be doing the final day of investigation, because I think it's just one more day that we get. So it's just going to be one more day of investigation, and one more day of trial. And will we prove Matangard innocent? Or will something throw a spanner in the works? I shall see you on Sunday at the same time to finish the second game. Let's do it.